Good morning. It is 10 after 8 on October 21st. I'm back, committed to doing some live streaming, and I know we've got a while before the market opens, another 10 minutes, but I just wanted to talk about what I'm committed to this week and this month, next several months, and all that. So we'll get into that a little bit later, but for today and for the rest of this week, my objective is to be a fantastic observer. So much so that I have chosen to not trade. So let me see, I made some notes for some things to talk about. And forgive me, I'm a little rusty. All right. So first and foremost, I want this to be a channel about growth, about transparency, about being honest with each other and honest with ourselves. And so to be transparent and honest, I know it was probably, 6-7 months ago, I had a stream on here and I talked about join me as I get into passing 10 more evals. So to date, I have 20 PAs that I have. All of them are numbered 1 through 21. There was one that had a credit card lapse on it, so that went away and I had to get new ones. I passed the last of these in, it was late May, and then I took the summer off and I'm back here trading live. So my first 3, I remember passing back, about 16 months ago. I was very slow, methodical. I only traded usually about 2 to 3, maybe 4 micros. So it took me quite a long time to get to that. But the desire was to have it be something where I'm, practicing like I'm doing trading for real, right? It's easy to have an eval account and just think, well, it's an eval. This one account's costing me $50. I'm going to swing for the fences and see what happens. So first 3, very slow and methodical. Then I took on another 7 and got it to 10. Was a little bit more aggressive with those, but was still very disciplined, wasn't antsy. And I thought, if this takes me 3 months, that's fine. I'd rather go slow and be steady and consistent, have a nice, steady P&L curve versus one that's all over the place and blow up accounts. And so those were passed about 4 months after my first ones were passed. Then the last 10, it's interesting how you think, well, I've got 10, I want 10 more, I want to have the full 20 with Apex. And the last 10 took me longer by a long shot. And it's because I would get impatient. I would trade 2, 3, 4 micros, but then every now and then, right, I'd get this desire that I want to do this today. I want to pass this thing right now. And if I didn't blow the account up that day, I'd probably blow it up within a week or so because of impatience, because of not following the process well, because of not sticking to the plan. So, but finally, I kind of, got my head out of my butt and decided that it has to be slow, it has to be steady, it has to be methodical. Started just doing some of the deeper questions, thinking like, what does it matter to me if this takes 6 months versus 6 weeks versus 6 days? There's a lot of people in posts that talk about, yeah, I'm trading, 2 or 3 contracts at a time, maybe more, and I pass my eval in 3 days. That's cool to pass an eval, I guess, but I don't think as far as the amount of size you're taking on, I don't think you're going to be in the game for the long run. And so that's what my thinking is regarding that. Give me just a minute here. I'm going to check my stream and see if this is playing. Okay, it looks like we're on, so that's good. Again, I'm a bit rusty, but I am committed to doing this. And we're going to get back in the groove here. So anyways, today, like I said, I passed the final ones, my last 10 PAs in late May. And I went out and did some contract work for the month of June, so I wasn't trading then. And then I just spent time with the family, was fortunate to do that for July and August. Got back into trading my live accounts. I trade all of them the exact same way. Started that, let's see, it was August 19th. Had a good first month. Each account was up $750. Now, my older accounts were up quite a bit more than that. But the last 10 that came on board, they were up $750. Up until about 2 weeks ago, they were up 1,000 a piece, right around 1,000. It was like 980. And then here over the last 2 weeks, I haven't traded undisciplined. I've just taken on more trades that I've wanted. And so currently they're plus 150 per account, at least for the new accounts. So why does that matter? Why do you care? Well, again, I want this channel to be one about transparency and honesty. I want it to be about growth and improvement and even vulnerability on my part. So I know no one's probably even watching right now. But if people are, or if they do, I just want them to be aware that that's where I'm at. But I'm committed to the process, and I'm committed to doing hard things. And so even to date, I've had several accounts. I've had 3 accounts where I've had a nice cushion in there and would have been able to take a payout. But I haven't because I've wanted to build up more cushion. And even to some friends, I've said, yeah, I've taken a payout and it's been really nice. Now, I could have, but I didn't. And even for that, because of pride and ego and even embarrassment, I'm thinking, oh, you should have had a payout by now. You've been at this for a while. I just want to be open and honest and say, I'm sorry for not being open and honest. I'm sorry for putting my ego and what I think should be ahead of my integrity. So that's where we're at today. But I hope you can join me on this journey in self-growth, in discovery, and being mindful and talking about our mindsets. And so I've charted out some things that are very hard for me to do that I'm going to commit to do and allow growth to take place. Oftentimes in my trading journey, I've seen a nice P&L curve. I've seen consistent wins only be followed by a day or two or even a week where it takes, my losses are a bit bigger than I want. Now I've gotten away from really, kind of like days where you're almost like just trading willy-nilly and not aware of what you're doing even at the end of the day. I've been a lot more present and mindful. But there are some times where, for me, I take on a little bit larger size. I'm swinging for fences. I'm swinging for the fence. I'm averaging into a loser. Most times I will cut that if I catch myself doing it. But there are times every now and then where I'm still succumbing to that. I think a lot of times it's because I'm thinking, well, dude, you're in 2 micros. Go in 2 more. What's the big deal? But that's not following the process well. It's not good discipline. So the hardest thing for me, now it's gotten easier. But to be honest, the hardest thing is not trading. I was talking to a friend not long ago, and it's easy to talk about, I want to be successful at this. I want to move forward. I think, there's often times that you trade not according to your plan, not according to your setup. And at the end of the day, you think, man, I'd do anything just to be back to break even. I would love to be where I started the day. Yet I've done all this trading, and I'm down, and I've got nothing to show for it. And in fact, I have less to show for it because of my desire to do something. And so for me, when I just simply observe, and there have been a few moments during my journey that I have observed. When I passed my 20th eval, trading just micros, I took a whole week after that and just committed to observing and watching. So that's what this week is going to be. It's going to be not taking a single trade, and that's hard. But I'm going to commit to do that. And the hope is that I find, as I watch the market move, as I'm not feeling I need to do something, but just observing, it'll be plain and obvious at certain points that, ooh, this is a really nice setup right here. This one has real potential. There's great risk to reward in this trade. That's going to be my hope. Another thing that's going to be hard that I will be doing on here, and a lot of this is just holding myself accountable, but also wanting to have a channel that, again, focuses on growth, on thinking about how we think, on continually being someone who desires to be a student of the market, of learning more about themselves. I've had a desire, so a lot of my trading takes place looking at the 5-minute bar. If you look right here, these are all 5-minute bars. This is Friday's price action, and a lot of the trades that I take, a lot of entries and exits are based just on the 5-minute bar. Kind of similar to like Al Brooks, with my own little flavor to it. I watch the 1 minute and obviously other time frames, but my anchor is the 5-minute bar. Of course, I look at the daily, kind of see where we're at for the day. And so I've had this neat thought where I've thought, you know what? I only want to watch the 5-minute bar during the last 30 seconds of that bar closing. And so one day here, probably sooner versus later, I'm going to commit to having my screen dark or blank, or having my logo up or something else. And then as my timer runs down at the end of every 30 seconds for a 5-minute bar, I'll click over the screen, look at it, see what that bar is doing, see how it's more than likely going to close, watch the close, and assess what it's doing there. So often it's easy to see a bar developing and think, ooh, this could be it. This could be it right now. I want to get in. And for me, I realized, oh, dude, you still have 3 minutes left on this 5-minute bar. You better take your time, be patient, wait. So that's going to be something that's extremely hard for me. I've wanted to do it for a long time. I just haven't committed to doing it yet. But that's going to be one of the things. Another thing we're going to consistently, so even today, we're going to check in. We're going to talk about what is the market currently doing, and is there something I expect it to do? We're going to talk about, do I have any FOMO? Am I feeling calm and easy, or am I feeling tense and rushed? Am I searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do I have an idea about getting involved? Can I identify a tight stop area? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? That's important, right? Do I feel a compulsion to place a trade? And then lastly, let's rate my day regarding how at peace and how centered I am at the end of my trading day. Not the beginning, right? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So we're going to look at the day at the end of it. Now, some days I wrap up around noon, other days it might be 1 or 2. It just depends on what the market is offering me that day. All right. Well, let's see. So we've got 10 minutes before the open. I'm just going to write some things out here in prep. I will look at some price levels after a little bit, and then we'll get into it. So we don't have any news today. So, no news today regarding economic data. There are a few Fed speakers. I think there's one at noon, then one after market close. I'm just looking at the daily, and we're right smack dab in the middle of Friday's session, which Friday started right smack dab in the middle of Thursday's session, so definitely getting tighter here. Obviously, at new all-time highs for S&P. Nasdaq not there yet. Nasdaq seems a little definitely at the lower part of the range as compared to S&P. So we're gonna watch, see what sets up, see what happens. Boy, this keyboard's loud. I'm muted here. Now, typically on a Monday, I'm seldom ready to just come out guns blazing. You know, on a Monday, a lot of time I won't even do anything for the first hour of the day, just because I'm letting things set up. Every now and then I will. It was probably a month ago. We opened way lower than where we were at on Friday, and it was a nice short. But that's really the only one that recently comes to mind where I'm doing something early on a Monday. So if I'm looking at my phone here, this guy, I'm just checking some other economic data, looking at some other positions I have on for longer term things. So bear with me. Here's the overnight session. I was a little surprised by how far down we came in the overnight. Let's go back. Let's look here. It's a lot of action between 10 and 85 to 87. So if we look at Friday, we can see this 97.98 was a little support. Friday ended up taking a long at 97.75. Pulled back down, stop was at 93, so almost got stopped out. And it came right back up, went up through. I just had a target. Original target was 0.2 half. I got out at 0.1 half. Kind of looking at this wick up here. And that was it for me for the day. Didn't take it until, it was like 10 o'clock, or call it 9:55, right around here that I took it. So, nothing too exciting there. That's about it. I'm wondering, who is my one faithful viewer this morning? Who's watching? And sorry about the audio. I know it's probably not bad, but I moved into a new office here, and sometimes when the AC comes on, it gets a little loud. So I want to try to muffle some of that a little bit, put some stuff around the mic. All right, good to be live. I would think if they couldn't even take out 0.2 that they, should probe a little lower than this 97, 98 area. Just thinking out loud. Let's look at our overnight again. It's kind of an interesting run. It almost looks like a Renko chart, doesn't it? Overlap, 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 overlap. Pause at 0.2. Well, I was surprised. I thought we'd probably a little lower than that 97.5 level. Still seems like we could. But again, we're 15 minutes in. This is, talk about boring. I mean, I'm committing to not placing a single trade this week and not doing any trading today, just observing. And it's just, so, yeah, just back and forth, not a whole lot to do. But again, it is about, for me, it's about being disciplined, being patient. When I'm not patient, it's kind of pointing to the fact that I have a scarcity mentality. So I've taken care of not honoring stops. Like sometimes I'll let it slide a little bit, but eventually I'll get out. And I realize that if someone's trading and they're not honoring stops, I don't always have a tight stop. You know, sometimes it's a little soft. It might be an area or a region. Sometimes I have a very hard and definitive number area for my stop, but I've realized that not honoring those is just pointing to a fact that you have a scarcity mentality. You're thinking, oh, this, like if this trade doesn't work, then I don't think there will be another one, or if there is, I won't be able to get on that one. Whereas if you're honoring your stops and following your process well, you're realizing like, man, the market's here for you, right? It's going to give you opportunities as they come along, and you can't force or rush those opportunities. You have to take what it offers. And so for me to simply commit to observing today and this week, one, it's a good warm up to getting live again and to doing a live stream. There certainly is some fear, some concern, some imposter syndrome, right? Like, well, what if I trade and my trades don't work out? So I want to, calm my nerves, but also just watching and observing and not having to place a single trade for the day. It helps me see those times in those areas where a trade is very clear and very obvious. So even down here, I thought, well, with the rejection that we had at 02, I thought we probably would test a little lower than this 97. I thought maybe we'd get them down to like 94.5 or 93.5, somewhere down here. We didn't. We're pushing up. That isn't a trade I would have taken just commenting on what price was doing and what I thought. A big part of trading, I've realized, is realizing that during a lot of the time, during a lot of the day, there's a lot of, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know. Oh, I might know. Okay, this could be a setup. I'm going to take it, but I still may not know. And so that may not know denotes that I need a stop in place. Whether it's a hard stop or a mental stop, I need to know where market has to go to confirm that I don't know. And then there's other times where you feel like, ooh, I think I do know, and I think this is a good probability. So I'm going to jump in and get involved. And you do, and it pays off. All right, so far, holding at that 97 area. Let's kind of zoom out a bit. NQ pushing off. NQ right at its highs of the day. Had a nice rejection of that. Let's look at NQ. So NQ, nice rejection of this level, came down to it, and it's just been steadily climbing back up. See if it can stay up in here and then try to go to new highs. We'll see. Get back to ES here. Pretty muted so far this morning. Okay, NQ trying to get up into this area where price was accepted, so we'll see if we can hold that. Maybe it makes a run. We got 5 minutes until our little check-in. Let's look where we'll kind of answer our questions here. Do a check on ourselves. Right, it's important to know patterns in the market. It's even more important to know patterns in yourself, your tendencies, right? Your trends, your stop losses, your buy stops, your sell stop limits, all the things, right? It's important to know yourself. Good little rejection at 04. Back under 02 like we were earlier. Could be a nice short. This bar still has another 3.5 minutes to go. So we're the overnight sesh, we're just in this cluster zone. Seems like we could take out the open. Decent rejection bar here. And Q's hanging in there. Which makes me think maybe we, get a little follow through, take out the lows, but then again, maybe we get hung up around this 93.5, 94 area. Maybe nothing at all, right? Like maybe they hold it here, push it higher. I don't know. Hey, let's do our half-hour check-in. Usually I bring it up on a different screen, but since there's a little bit of movement here, we'll do it while we watch the market. So what's the market currently doing? Is there something I expect it to do? It's not Tuesday, it's Monday. Any FOMO? Nope. Am I calm and easy? I am. Am I searching for a trade or letting one present itself? That's a great question. I'm just letting one present itself. Again, I'm committed to simply observing today. I'm not going to be pulling the trigger or doing anything. Idea about getting involved and rating. Yeah, I wouldn't mind finding a short today. I'd rate that at like a B for right now. Can I identify a tight stop? Well, I'm not looking to get into a trade right now, so I'm not looking at a stop. Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? I'm at peace waiting. Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? Then lastly, we'll go over this. Rate my day 1 to 10 regarding how at peace I am at 3 p.m. or whenever I choose to end for the day. That's an important question too. All right, so let's go over to NQ real quick. So NQ is still kind of holding, not really taking no for an answer. Here's ES, getting slapped around a little bit. See how this bar closes, see if, what they want to do. All right, ES trying to overcome. You'd have some shorts definitely stopped out here if they can have an engulfing bar. Again, here's NQ. Like I mentioned, really not taking no for an answer there. Pushing up higher. Well, I wouldn't be engulfing because we didn't take out this, but it would show some strength. You'll have some shorts cover. So something I was thinking about was if we took this out, kind of hung out up here, stalled a bit, and then came down, would have been looking for a shorter on like this, probably this 0.2 area. So if we get up higher and can't do anything and then come down quickly, I would think we'd push lower. NQ, nice push. There's a 15-minute on NQ. All right, so maybe this is the overnight session. Maybe this is the dip that a lot of people didn't expect. Maybe this kind of shook out some weak hands. So we're again just in this area between 5900 and 05, trying to figure out what we want to do. Can we push above it? Maybe see 07, 08, and then it's to be determined from there. Or do Would we come back in? Don't know. Here's the daily on NQ. I was surprised that we didn't push down a little bit lower. No wick at the bottom there. And the daily on the ES. This is what we're looking at for the daily on ES. So yeah, could get rocking and rolling here. Still early in, right? First 42 minutes of the first day of the week. Plenty of time for trades. Plenty of time. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, so far so good for the Bulls. So far so good. So this here is a pattern I like, but usually when we're not in an area of congestion like this would be one that I love if it's, coming up to resistance from like a previous day. And it's a well-known pattern. It's just like a reversal pattern where we push up. Usually though, I want to see this bar be a lot bigger and more commanding than previous bars before it. So we're at some kind of an inflection point. We push up, stall, can't do anything, come right back down, right back into the body of this bar, and then look for continuation. Usually at least for another 2 to 5 bars going downward. You might have targets, based on where there could be previous support. So in this instance, you'd look for a target maybe down around here and then here, but just again, being aware of and knowing the context of today, it makes me think I don't want to, get involved right here just because of all this congestion. All right, here we go. Kind of popping the top. See if we can push out, get moving. See if NQ is still kind of holding in there. Looking good. There's that 08, 07 level. See if the bulls just run it right through it. This, call it 12. It's been a bit of a ceiling. Here's our daily. So again, don't want to rule anything out. Could be that this thing just pushes. Let's look at NQ. NQ looking even better. We got that tight doji day there, and it could be that today is the day that NQ also tries to push out and move forward. Now, metals, gold and silver, are both screaming. They have been. They certainly were Friday. They're continuing to today. So you do have those days every now and then where just a lot of different things are on fire. Let's look at XLK here. See how it looks. Yep, as expected, it looks quite similar to the NASDAQ. Well, let's look. So yeah, if we can clear out some of this congestion area, we might have a run higher. Might not. Again, it's early yet. It's a Monday. Hey, morning. All right, NQ looking pretty strong. Putting in kind of a flag here, right? Kind of a pennant. All right, so at this point, wondering if NQ could give ES a little bit of little gas. Remember I talked about this O2 half level. So initially down here I was thinking about 08, thinking yeah, maybe 08 could see a little bit, at least guys exiting a part of their position. So dynamic, isn't it? So fluid. A lot of back and forth, a lot of overlap here. This bar, yeah, a lot of overlap. Got just about a minute left on this bar here. And keep coming in a little bit. There we go. Coming in kind of hot now. There it is. So 05 half could have been a good level. Now it seems likely that we get down to this 02 area. Let's see. I'd be surprised on this one. So remember this one, they came down and then bulls just took it right back up. I would be a little surprised if within another 5 minutes, you know, we were right back up here at 07 half. Without at least first probing a little bit lower. There we go. So that's interesting, right? Had all this, took a lot of work to get up there, just back and forth, get up there, and then within just over 5 minutes, 6 minutes, we're just right back, pretty close to the open here. So good rejection at 07, 08. Our initial balance is almost up, almost set for the day. Got another 2 minutes till that's set in place. Good move there. All right, should take out the lows now. See if there's more in the tank for the bears. See if they want to test this 4 to 3.5 level. Let's do a little check-in here. Talk about what is the market currently doing. Well, it came up to this level, really good rejection there, pushing down, probing lower. Any FOMO? No, I've committed to not trading today. We're just watching. Am I searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Just letting one present itself. All right, there's a nice test to 94. If I were involved, can I identify a tight stop? Yes or no? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? All right. All right. Pretty good swoop downward there, huh? So we came up, pushed lower, came right down. Initial balance is set. At this point, 02 seems like a pretty good resistance spot, this 02 half level. at least looking at the way that we came down so hard. We want to see how this bar closes though. Decent little recovery there, back up to that 97.5 level we talked about earlier. Here at this spot where we got rejected at 02, I thought we'd take out 97.5 this time, but we didn't. We pushed up higher. I don't like to do too much work in the morning regarding levels, only because it's important to me, like which level we might hit first, right? So like in this move here, let's say we started here and didn't get up too high, came down, probed down here first, and then came up here in a quicker fashion, I would think it'd be more likely that the bulls would be in control. So levels are important to me, no doubt, but it's even more important to me looking at how price got to a certain level, right? Like this, took all this time, took what? An hour and, no, it took 40 minutes to get up here. And then within 10, 15 minutes, it was just erased, just totally given all away, given all back. So let's see if the bears can keep this thing intact. It's my little bear guy. My bull dude, bear guy. Got some illusion art, right? You look at this guy, or I mean, whoever's done this, where we were watching the market, and you're like, I see this, I'm seeing that. Only to realize that you're seeing what you want to see. Or, this thing looks like a spiral, but in fact, there's no spiral here. It's all concentric circles. So it's good to be mindful of the times when we are trying to come up with a trade or searching for something to see, but we're just seeing what we want to. Okay. Well, we came down to this 94, 93 half level, and the question now is, do we hold it or do we push lower? Again, I personally think 02 half, 03 up here could be kind of hard to get through. Now, if we do, it'd be a different story. So we're just going to wait and see. We're going to observe well today, right? That's been the goal for today, is to observe well. Get back on track, take the pressure off maybe. NQ interesting, as soon as I said, boy, it's looking pretty strong. Looks like maybe we could probe up and go higher. Took out the high from the other day, so it could be that they get this thing cooking to the downside a bit. We'll see. Could be some kind of rotation. I know gold and silver have just seen a ton of bullish activity, like strong bullish activity. So maybe some managers are rotating out of the larger indices into gold and silver. I don't know. Just some thoughts. So 87. Here's the half hour on NQ. It's that pattern I was talking about earlier in a shorter time frame. Push up, a whole bunch of nothing, then comes right back down into it. Did it in that consolidation zone. It'd be beautiful if it were up here, coming back down. So, yeah, just want to be mindful of that. So 87 trying to be defended. However, we still got 3 minutes and 40 seconds on this bar. So this thing could end up somewhere up here, or it could end on its lows down here. Be interesting to see. Daily on the NQ is pretty ugly. The daily candle, that is. Here's NQ, RTH. So came up, a little head fake, pushed right down. NQ would certainly want to get back up in this area. This 465 would be its first kind of hurdle. It needs to get back up in here. If it can't, you could look for more movement to the downside. $97.25, $97.5 is important on ES. So in this instance, it seems like the S&P led NASDAQ, right? S&P came up and showed weakness here. NASDAQ was still quite high on the day, and then ES just kind of dragged it down with it. So NASDAQ has taken out its lows, but ES is significantly under its lows. So definitely the weaker of the two. Some big selling coming in. Yeah, getting pretty volatile here. Trying to pull up a longer term time frame. All right, seems the damage is done. Let's see. So took out the overnight lows there. Let's see where this guy ends up. So we've had almost a half hour of just straight selling. Good fake out. So we're looking at the importance of just remaining patient, right? We had pretty muted open, about a half hour, maybe 40 minutes of just not much going on, and then get this, could show a decent signal here, and then we just start falling through. All right, let's do a little check-in. Here we go. We'll ask ourselves, what is the market currently doing, right? No matter what your trading style, no matter what your setups are, what is the market doing? Next, are you calm and at peace? Are you easy? Yes or no? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? S or a P there, you could denote that with that. Do I have an idea about getting involved in a rating? What's my idea? Am I want to be long? Am I want to be short? Am I want to be flat? If I am wanting to be one or the other, do I feel a strong conviction about it? Denoted by an A, or middle, which would be a B, or not much at all, which would be a C. Can I identify a tight stop, or a stop at a tight area? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Lastly, do I feel compulsion to place a trade? So these are good questions to go through. Good things to ask yourself as you're considering setups, as you're looking at get involved. I do know, looking at price action, that we took out that 94, 93 area, and I feel like if the bulls have any chance, they need to try to get it up to there. But I think the damage could be done where we've come up and then failed pretty hard, and so I think the bears are in control until bulls can get it up and reclaim, have a few opens and a few closes above this 93 half area. So for the time being, it seems like the bears are in control. Big selling once again. Big selling. See how they end this bar. I'll be back. I gotta drink a lot of water today. I'll be back. There we go, just continuing to dump out. So as mentioned earlier, it seems like the damage has been done, right? This 52, 54 area, this is definitely a neckline here. So I know it seems like we're a ways from it, but yeah, we get below that, could get ugly. All right, so far bear's not letting up, just pressing. Pressing hard. It's an interesting day to sit out, huh? All right, we're not even an hour and a half in. We're an hour and 10 minutes into the day. Big selling. Big gaps here with sellers just stepping in, throwing stuff around, having their way with it. So I know it's these big volatility days that can sometimes get people really twisted or backwards or in a bad way. And you know, the main thing to remember is that the market, there's a great quote where the gentleman talks about the market just being like a big loaf of bread, and it's just simply his job to try to take a few crumbs here and there. And those crumbs could be substantial fortunes. Crumbs, don't let the word crumb fool you. So, you know, there could be guys saying, "Oh, I wish I would have shorted up here. Look at all this opportunity. I wish I would have got long here. Look at this bounce." Now, you know, maybe you should have based on your setup, but we're only an hour and 10 minutes, pardon me, hour and 40 minutes into the day, right? We're not even 2 hours in yet. There's still a lot of day that can happen here. So if you're someone who's trading, who's trying to make sense of this, who's trying to put something on, if you haven't yet, or if you have, know that there's probably a lot of good setups coming your way just based on the volatility today. All right, so all this congestion in here, we are below it. Let me pull up a longer term time frame. I'll look at 51, 50, yeah. All right, nice bounce there off of what looks like 66. So just steadily pressing lower here. Bulls thought they might have had something, probably just, short covering. And we're still right back down here. So a bit of a bounce there. But now we're just coming right back lower. All right, so in that push, bulls couldn't even get it close above 75. Let's look. Where is kind of the line in the sand regarding who's in control? This 80 level, 80 to 87 was important, and the bears just sliced right through it. So, yeah, I would say probably 87 half. That would be a line in the sand, I think. Get up to there, you reclaim that. I feel like bulls could have a chance to do something, right? Like they hold above there, then maybe tomorrow we push up higher. But until they do that, I feel like the bears definitely got this thing. Question is, at this point, we've had a good sell-off. How far are the bears willing to push it down, and how far are the bulls able to take it up? A lot of damage has been done. I tend to take probably 80% of my trades are short, 20% are long. I never look to catch a knife, so even coming down here, even though we mentioned like 93 and 94 is potential support, saw a little bounce there, then they just gave it up. This 81 is good support, but I never have a working order just sitting here looking to try to catch a bounce. I usually like to go with it, right? So more than anything, I would look for a bounce, weakness, and then sell into weakness even. So for today, I still, man, it seems like the bears are really in control. Really in control. And the question right here is whether they're able to be very forceful and soon, within the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, take out a low, put in new lows, or if the bulls kind of try to step in here, try to run us back up into the low 80s. That's the question. So it's good to remember a lot of trading just consists of waiting and seeing, right? Just observing well, observing without emotion. So I know what I feel currently. I feel like the bears could really push this thing lower. They could really wreck this thing. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that happens. But it's important to be a good observer as well. Very important. So that's why today, really this week, I'm committed to just simply watching price, just observing, knowing that there's plenty of opportunities that come along. And for me, it's a good discipline. It kind of centers me, grounds me, takes away any kind of scarcity mentality. And so much of trading is realizing that, you just don't know. You don't know. Just over and over again, I'm not sure. Because at this point, right, like the bulls could step in here a little bit and see, or the bears could take some profit taking. They could push it up, or the bears could continue to just press this thing lower. So what's it going to do right here? I don't know. It seems like it's going to go lower. An important area too, as I mentioned, it's kind of this like 53 half level, 52 right down in here. Seems to be like a bigger neckline. And it might be that we come down here and then bounce up, or it might be that we come down, we look weak, and then really sell off. But we've already sold off a decent amount. So let's wait and see. Let's observe well. right, a little bit of a hang up here at this area. Again, still got a minute left though, so bears could keep pressing. So if we push through this next area, it could be like 55s, and then we'll see how long we hang out there.
Hey, good morning.
Hey Trevor, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, man. Just I'm doing my live stream. I've committed to just observing today. But
You're doing it right now?
I am, yeah.
You want me out? I mean, I don't know.
No, it's cool. If I need to cop off of Discord, I'll let you know.
Alright.
But yeah, pretty interesting morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it really started off quiet and kind of grindy. It got weak. The internals they don't look good. And they've been weak from the open, so they finally overtook Tech. Tech was the strength this morning.
Yeah, I was looking at XLK this morning, and even NASDAQ, and it was looking kind of strong for a bit there, and then just fell apart, really.
Yeah.
It would seem the Bulls really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I would think. 84, back above 84, 85. That's what they need to do.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna lean on that. If it bounces up to there, I'll probably, unless there's some real material change in internals, I'll look to lean on, definitely sell that level. Although we're well away from it, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I show like a pretty long-term neckline right around the 52, 53 area on ES. So you could see a bounce there, but I don't know if we get all the way down there. I feel like this area right here where we're at, the 68 to 70, could be pretty decent resistance by then. I was looking around like 86, 87, feeling like for the Bulls to show any kind of strength, they'd definitely have to get it right up to there. So
Yeah.
I like that 85, 84 level that you mentioned.
Well, that's what I would do. I'd lean on the 84, 85 level with my stop up above the level you referenced. I think that would be a nice opportunity to 20 handles from there, so.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. All right, well, I'm watching. I know I mentioned earlier that 86, 85, 87 Bulls would have to get it up there to show any kind of power, any kind of strength for the day. So far, Bears are in control. Had a nice little bounce here. So I'll be watching to see if we get up to kind of the mid 80s, anywhere from like low, 83 to about 86, 87. I would think Bears could step in there and force it lower. But again, it all depends on how it looks as we go up there. I usually don't like to try to pick an absolute top. I like to see a failure, then continuation back through. So we will watch and see what develops. This is a good discipline and patience for me to just simply commit to observing, not just today, but this whole week. And Q pretty strong.
Yeah, it is. It's making a nice comeback. Q's pushing up against VWAP.
Yeah. Yeah, NQ's got me wondering how it's gotten so strong, and then this kind of 85 area, it was the overnight low, so it'll be interesting to see what happens at that area. So this is where bulls should have bounced it from the first place, right? They tried here. They tried at this spot. So I know I talked about 85, 84, 86 as a potential short, but if I just don't like it as much now, so I'm gonna wait. And again, I'm committed to just watching today, watching and observing well, not placing a single trade. But if I were trading, initially I thought about shorting this 85 level, and I don't think I like it as much right now. Now, if it were something like it came up here and then quickly showed weakness and got back down below 80, if I were trading, I might consider that, but I'm going to sit and watch. NQ looking pretty darn strong.
I'm offering 86s.
Okay.
And it stops at 90. should have stuck with my 84 level. I'm pulling them.
Okay. All right, let's do a quick check-in. We'll ask ourselves, what is the market currently doing? Is there something I expect it to do? Are you calm and easy? Are you at peace? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? It's a good question to ask. Do you have an idea about getting involved? And how would you rate that idea? Is it like, oh man, this looks like an A setup or this is a B setup? Can I identify a tight stop? Yes or no? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? What's that, Trevor?
I'm long 3.5.
Okay.
See if we just get a little push up here.
Yeah, NQ's holding really well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some support at like the 430s on NQ, like, or high 420s. Excuse me. Okay. Boy, NQ's got a really strong half-hour bar. I I think the long is the right idea. The question is like how far could it pull back to?
Yeah, it is a nice rejection there at that level. On those types of bars, I usually look at like half back. I'm thinking hold that one if you like it's still positive or
Hmm.
confirming the direction.
I'll be back. Been drinking a lot of water. Too much. Definitely in no man's land here. Well, let's talk about what we're seeing. Probably anyone who got long here took some off the table here. Anyone who was doing business around here, did some business around here as well. And so now the question is if the bulls can take out this 85 level, get it up to 90, maybe 93.5, or if the bears step back in, push it lower. I don't know currently. It seems like bulls are in control. I know bears would have expected a steeper, like a sharper, deeper push down into 75, 74s. They didn't get that. So back to just watching, observing, waiting, seeing. Just the most important thing you can do as a trader is just watch and observe, right? So today, even though it's usually hard for me to just sit on the sidelines, not do anything, it's a good practice of discipline to say, I'm going to watch and observe and wait for something that seems very, very high probability or a great risk to reward. And even then, not going to place a trade and just commit to viewing the market as objectively as I can. The more objective we can be, the better traders will become. The thing that I glean when I commit to just watching, I find that when I don't have to make a trade, right? When I don't have to do something, I can really get a clear picture for a good setup. Right? In the past, long time ago, if I were trading, maybe I'd be short around 83, 84. Who knows? Maybe I'd be short based on this candle here, and I'd be, back and forth. What do I do? What are they going to do? What's going to happen? Are they going to break this level? Are they going to, bull's going to step in and get strong and push it up? And to know that you don't have to take a trade. You can just sit and watch. Eventually something comes along that you're really, really clear about, really certain. So again, for me, it's just a good exercise of discipline to sit, observe, watch, be mindful, to check in, to map my greed, to know my tendencies, right? To know my trends. What's my pattern? What's my trend? What's my stop? What's my target? Me personally, how do I handle market activity? Those are good questions to ask. All right, well, while the market is just sitting here not doing much of anything, we're going to talk about mindfulness. If it perks up, we'll stop doing this. We'll consider something else. I don't know how well you can see this. Let me highlight it. Let's try to make it larger here. There we go. All right. Oops. Here we go. Okay, well, let's see if the market pushes up, pushes down, what it wants to do. In the meantime, again, being that today is just a day where I'm observing, committed to following the process well, we're going to consider greed. What is greed? Greed is fueled by a weakness in confidence. And I guess you could say it's unrestrained desire to make more money that will actually cause you to haphazardly enter trades that in turn will lose you money. Just talking about things I've improved and things I'll work on. Map my greed. Jared Tendler talks about doing this, and it's fantastic. It's super helpful. So here, when we are greedy, when I get greedy, this is what happens. I'm afraid I'm going to miss out. I'm trying hard to decipher what's going on. I'm impatient. I don't execute my plan. I adjust stops, take winners before my target. I can get frustrated with myself. I'm overconfident perhaps. I overtrade. Here we'll talk about the different levels of greed. So when you're feeling greedy, when you're feeling like you're succumbing to some of these things, this is what you want to be mindful of. So 1 is kind of like I'm just greedy by a little bit. 10 is horrible. It's like this may be my last trade that I ever take. Now I haven't functioned in the upper levels in quite a while, and I'm proud of that. But again, I want this channel to be a place where we can be mindful of our tendencies, be mindful of our own patterns. I'm going to watch right here, see if they can push up against above this 84 level, and then let's see what they do up above it. So I'm going to pause our little greed study for a minute here.
I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, that sounds good. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
And Q can't really get below the low 30s. I thought we might get down to mid to high 20s. I did mention 30s. I thought it would push a little bit lower. So let's see now if the bulls want to take this thing higher or what they're going to do. Let me get back to my... Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. So again, if you're watching, greed doesn't always mean you're swinging for the fences. Greed, when I'm greedy, it might be that I'm taking a trade and there's just nothing to do. So it might be that I'm getting in and out, back and forth, with no real strong conviction one way or the other. Or maybe I'm overly convicted. All right, so we got this bar. For a second there, it looked like the bulls were going to try to push higher, right? They couldn't get it done. Same on NQ. NQ looked pretty similar as well. So I'm going to tuck this away for now. We'll watch a little bit more price action. It's getting a bit more interesting here, I feel. All right, so typical kind of range-bound trading, right? Looks like it's going to go long up here. Looks like it's going to go short down here, vice versa. Hard to figure. Don't get chopped up. Be disciplined. Be disciplined. All right, tell you what. We'll wait to see if that breaks out and does something. We'll know. We'll come back to it. So, for the time being, let's talk about greed. Let's talk about tendencies, patterns within ourselves. So what I did, I mapped out my levels of greed based on what Jared Tendler talks about in one of his books. Level 1 would be, I've got minimal uneasiness. I'm mostly concerned with the process versus the outcome. I'm still kind of mindful, thinking of my trading plan, visualizing, thinking about time frame, thinking about everything that's important, right? And you don't have to map out every single step. 3 would be, at the third level, I'm trading small, but I'm not placing limit orders. Now, I like market orders, but whatever I should be doing, I'm not, because I'm probably just wanting to get involved. I don't want the market to get away from me. Taking profit too early compared to what I was planning just before entering the trade, right? So you get involved, get out because you want to take profit. Get involved, get out. Number 5 for me, 5th level would be wanting to prove to myself that I can do this. I can get a good trade out of the market. And that's based on whatever the market's doing. So it might be that the market is not offering much opportunity, but I'm just convinced that I can do something. I can make it happen right now. And we have to go at the market's pace. I'll pause right there. We'll watch this level. So decent amount of rejection up here at this 83, 84 level. My original thought down here was that we might push up to 85, 86, 87, reject. But I'm not a fan of how it's done a lot of just waiting up in this area. However, this bar right here, I do like it. showing like it's kind of weak. So potentially we get a little bit more thrust to the downside. There's 20s, 26 on NQ. Bouncing off that 26 level. So that could have been a little fake out there. Again, we'll see how this bar closes. My trading is based on the 5-minute bar. It's important for me to wait, be patient, see how bar closes, and then decide if, when, how I want to get involved. Back to greed, I suppose. It's not much is happening just yet. So again, the fifth level for me would be wanting to prove to myself that I can get a good trade out of the market. Now it's important to realize that sometimes there's opportunities and sometimes there's not, right? And when we find ourselves being greedy, we think, I want to get this back, or I want to make money, or I want to increase my gains right now. So it'd be getting into trades in order to actively make money, even if there is not a good setup. FOMO is creeping in. I've got a fear of missing out. Entering with no real time frame in mind, and then moments later getting out because I have no real clear conviction about the trade. Less analytical and much more reactive. When I am doing this, now this is important. If you map out your greed, if you're considering how can I be more mindful, when I am doing this, I am very close to going to levels 8, 9, and 10. Beware, step back, take a breath, take a break, go for a half-hour walk, refocus. Number 7, as far as mapping my greed. Market order after market order while watching the dome versus price bars, fixated on a level versus the tempo of the market and how it is behaving. So I really don't watch the depth of market. I just watch what you see here on the screen, just the bars. 8 would be, I want to make the absolute best return right now. Right now. That's what I want to do. I don't want to do anything else. I want to make the best return right now. 10 would be, here it is. Now again, I'm very proud of myself that it's been, oh man, probably been about a year and a half since I've functioned, at levels 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 would be, this may be my last trade. I can always reset my account, right? I am entering trades only based on the DOM or based on who knows what. I am not relaxed. I'm not managing risk. I'm very fearful and full of regret, thinking, why didn't I just respect my stop at a certain level? It could have been so simple. This is where I give up all control. No longer term thinking. I'm completely disassociated as the only thing that exists is this trade right now. It's important. So how many of us have started the day thinking, today's the day, I'm going to blow it all up. Today's the day, baby. Of course you don't think that way. No one goes into the day thinking, I'm going to blow it up today. I'm going to go nuts. I'm going to make stupid trades today. There's a process, right? It's a slippery slope. So it's good to be mindful of that. Good to be mindful. Like earlier today, if my conviction was too strong, if I was too rigid, it might be that I'd be trying to do a lot of stuff in this area. Now, some guys scalp, right? They might look to short here and buy here, and good for you if you do that. I don't do that. That's not the kind of trading that I do. So I might see it get weak here and want to get in, or I might see it looking strong here or on this bar and want to get in. And man, it would just chop me up back and forth. You walk out of there down a good amount of money and thinking, like, for my setup, there's just nothing good here to do. So why not just stay out? Oh, let's see. Okay. Well, we started the day a little slow, and here, coming to the lunch hour, it is quite slow as well. NQ holding those 20s. Pardon me while I have a little lunch here. I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna get some water. All right, can they push it here? NQ looking decent. They did hold that 20s level. Been there for a while. So let's see if they can make a run for it. Seems likely. But again, no follow through, not yet. We still got another, I don't know, minute and 15 on this bar here that's forming. So we'll see if they can end on its highs, you know, try to get up to like 84. Now, NQ is pretty firm, so I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is able to get up to 90 or at least 87, 88. All right, well, in the meantime, let's talk about something else, right? In another book that I really have enjoyed, it's called With Winning in Mind. The gentleman talks about writing out a directive affirmation, writing out where you want to be and putting a date to it. And it's pretty cool, I think. He says, one of two things is going to happen. You read it enough, you put it in places, many different places. So you write it out, put it in places that you come across every day, in your house, in your office, in your car, wherever. So they can push it here. And you talk about your goals and what you're going to do, and what you write it as though you've already done it. So for me, mine was, prior to passing on my 20 accounts, I have all 20 accounts funded due to following good risk to reward management. I keep my P&L curve steady and consistent and earn a full-time income. I'm not enticed by trades that flash in the pan and appear out of nowhere. I look for longer-term setups based on the 5-minute bar. This gives me good reference points for stops and targets. I always run a mental program, or thinking I always run through how I want to feel as I'm placing the trade and let the trade work for me. I record my performance analysis and read, visualize, and feel my directive affirmation daily. I feel how it feels to be a good trader. I use trading to replace my income, and I love the challenge of always improving. I continually seek out new ways to improve and grow. That was my directive affirmation for quite a while prior to passing my 20 evals. And so my new one is this. I'll show this guy. All right, ES, let's see if you push it here. And NQ. If I were long ES, I'd be wrong below, call it 80. And I'd be looking for a move to happen pretty quick. First target would be 87. And then from there, I'd see if, we could really get strong, get up to 93, do something just amazing. Let's see how this one ends. So looking good here for the Bulls. Stops on NQ are definitely going to be around the 30 level, so 430. So anyone who's long, they'd be long probably against that area. Both markets trying to push out and test this area we put in about an hour ago. Not there just yet. So it's interesting, isn't it, how much difference a bar can make. Even here, I felt like it could go longer, but it was still just not doing much. And this bar, showing some decent follow through. Stops, I would think, would be around 82 on ES. Got a lot of guys probably looking for 87.5 to 88. Next big level would be at the 92 area. Now ES has pushed up, taken this out. NQ has not. It's gotten close. Let's see here at NQ. Oops. Expand it a bit. It's trying. It may follow ES. So trying to take this level out. There it goes. Okay, so ES with a nice move here. Definitely got some shorts stuck down here. All right, so I just read my previous directive affirmation. Since passing my 20 PA accounts, which was back in, as I mentioned earlier today, it was back in late May. Make my font a bit bigger here. So it was a while ago. I thought it would be good to write out a new directive affirmation. But we'll watch and see what's going on here since the market's perking up quite a bit. So that 80 to 81 is where they tried to bounce them the first time. Couldn't do it, just sliced right through them. However, we came up here, spent a lot of time consolidating, and now we're pushing higher. Bulls are looking for new territory, new ground to take. Yes, I'm sorry, NQ definitely the stronger the two. Let's look at NQ. So NQ spent a lot of time over the last several days between, call it 460 and I don't know, 510. So it's kind of this range up in here. Held, now it's trying to reclaim this area. We'll see what it can do if it wants to stay in here. If it fails, it comes lower. If it stays in there for a while and tries to push up, go higher. To be determined. All right, back to the directive affirmation. So again, I just shared with you guys my previous one. Here's my new one. New directive affirmation. I have built all 20 accounts up to a profit of $3,000 by trading small and staying disciplined. Again, today's my first day back doing live stream, and I've committed this whole week to not place a single trade, to just observe, really to be mindful of the fact that there's plenty of opportunity, that the market is not a place of scarcity. Trading is as simple as I choose to make it. I work with an attitude of thankfulness, and I'm building a generous community of traders. There are many days in a month where I read the market very well and have good entries. I don't take guess trades, and I average into winners, sometimes aggressively because I read the market well. I know where I'm right and wrong while staying calm and objective. I keep my powder dry with my number one goal to preserve capital, then to have good risk to reward trades. When I trade well, I trade more frequently to leverage what I'm seeing in the market. So there are some days where I will trade a lot because I'm seeing things well, I'm involved in reading it well. I never have an objective to make X amount of dollars per day. Mine is more based on not even a week, but a month. And it's simply because the way that I trade, some days have a lot more opportunities than others. So when I trade well, I trade more frequently to leverage what I'm seeing in the market. When I'm in a slump, I go back to just observing well with no emotional ties to price action, and I become a Zen-like observer. My best trades are when ES and NQ are in alignment. My worst trades are when I'm looking to get lucky or for something.
All right, I'm back.
Let me mute that guy. All right, I'll be back on in just a second.
All right.
Didn't know my Discord was up. Let's see. I take losses well and never revenge trade. I reset at the end of every trade. I reset at the end of every day. I use a coach to help my performance, and I trade live on YouTube. I submit myself to the time frame of the market. There is no other way. I trade what the market is offering. Sometimes it offers a lot, and sometimes a little. I am satisfied with building good habits, and I focus more on efficiency than time. I am becoming a more and more efficient trader. That is my new directive affirmation. I just typed it out. I need to write it out and then have it in some different areas that I go by. All right, I'm back on. Well, it firmed up pretty good there.
good on you, Jack.
Short here at 90 with a stop at 93.
Okay. What's your target? What are you looking for?
Not too much. I'm bidding 87s. I'm not gonna take it. I'll bolt this probably sooner if it goes long. I'm not gonna. It's just a little counter trend scalp.
Yeah.
I just got out of my.
All right.
It's just low budget.
$93.5 to like 94 is where I think early in the day you would have expected that the bulls would defend that and keep it above it.
Yeah.
So I wonder now if they get above that, what they could do. I'm gonna jump off of Discord and just chat on my stream for a little bit here.
Okay.
All right, man. I might be back on, but I'll let you know. If not, I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Bye. All right, area to be mindful of on NQ is probably 510, I would think. And probably the 93.5 to 94 on ES. So what do you do if you're watching today and you miss some opportunities? What do? You reset, right? You get to the point where you know, you trust the process, and you know that another trade will come along. Something is going to show its head, whether it's later today or tomorrow or the next day. I think it's important to consider how many days you trade really well, how many days you really take advantage of stuff that just makes sense to you. When you do that, when you're able to track your analytics, it's helpful to know that whether you're up a little bit or down a little bit or down a lot on a certain day, that there will be other opportunities in the market that is offered to you. It's good to be mindful of that. And again, we look at today, we can see there's a lot of opportunity for both bulls and bears, right? Whether you're like someone who trades as a scalper or someone who tries to hold for a few hours, there's been a lot of opportunity to go long and short, to scalp, to take bigger swing positions. So it's good to remember there's always opportunity. There we go. Interesting. Watch how that bar closes. So it's a decent rejection up there. See if we can push down into here, or what we do if we hold this level. NQ had a nice pullback down to 60. Got a little slippery there. But again, looking at the market, right? If we can just view the market as a place of opportunity, as a place that, just like a large loaf of bread, it's just our job to take a piece of it, right? There's a lot of guys who think, oh man, I should have sold up here, and I should have done something here, and I should have bought down here, and I should have sold right here. You can't look at it that way, right? You've got to look at it as there's certain setups that you have, there's ones that you wait for, and no matter what the market does, if I'm being patient, if I'm observing well, I'm going to know that it's not my job to catch every move, nor can you catch every move. If I'm mindful about how I think, if I'm thinking about my thinking, that can only help me moving forward. All right. 12:20 Central Time. I might take a little break here, go for a workout or something, and then come back a little bit later. I hope that thousands of you viewing the stream are enjoying it. I hope it's just been enlightening and eye-opening. Tell you what, let's get back to that directive affirmation. Where was it here in the beginning? Here it is. I like this part right here. I'll decrease the size where it says let's look to this. So again, directive affirmation is something that hasn't yet happened yet, but that you state as though it has, and you're working your way toward it. I like this part. I work with an attitude of thankfulness and am building a generous community of traders, or a community of generous traders, however you want to say it. I like that part. So I know today is day one, right? This is week one, observing well. Again, I'm committed to doing things that are hard for me, one of which is simply not doing anything. That can be difficult because there's the desire to trade right now, to make money, to make it happen, to prove to myself. But you know what? I've done enough and moved enough in the right direction that I'm aware, and I've proven that this is something that I do, right? That I do it well. I just want to get better at it. And so for me, part of becoming better is taking time out to simply observe. So like during the week that we had the roll, when the contract rolled from September to Dece, I just sat out for the week. Thought, there could be erratic movement. There's going to be a lot of other days to trade. I'm going to just watch it do its thing this week. All right, I took off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So 4 days out of the week. So it's a good habit of mine to, when I feel it necessary, just take some time to observe. To not be too concerned about the time frame, but instead becoming a more and more efficient and objective person who watches the market. And hopefully we can get it to a point where we've built up a good amount of viewers, where we got a neat community, and where we can encourage each other on, where we can learn, we can remain students of the market, and observe price action together. Let's go back to our check-in. What is the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? Any FOMO? Are you experiencing any FOMO? Are you calm and easy? So of course today I'm super calm, super easy, because I've committed to just observing. But I want to make this day, whether it's a day of observation or a day of a lot of trading, have it be a day where I'm calm, relaxed, mentally chill. Am I searching for a trade, or am I letting one present itself? Do I have an idea about getting involved, and how would I rate that idea? Can I identify a tight stop, a stop at a tight area? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Then lastly, at the end of the day, it's not on here, you can't see it, but I will rate myself regarding how at peace I am at the end of the day, whether it's 1 p.m. or 2 or 3 at market close. And I want to ask myself too, did I trade in a way that helps me become the type of person and trader I want to be? So, in the past I'd have days where I was green and I would trade horribly. And I felt good about that. I felt good by the fact that I was green. But as you mature, you realize, no, that didn't move me in the direction that I want to go as a trader. It actually impeded any progress. So yeah, I'm green, or I would be green for the day, or maybe I was, but if I wasn't taking on good risk reward, if I wasn't managing risk well, then that did not serve me well. And you'd ask too, did my trading today bring me closer or further to my desired identity as a trader? Those are good questions to ask. Alrighty. I think another thing too, it's important to have fun with this, right? There's times when you can just be so kind of caught up and anxious and nervous. You think, man, I want to have fun doing this. I want to enjoy it. That's important. right, well, we almost got up to that 93 half level. I was looking at 93 half to about 94, potential resistance there. Got up to, looks like, what, 91 half, something like that. Obviously, this is now some support below us. What was resistance? As I mentioned earlier, I would have thought that if the bulls were really in control today, that they would want to hold this 93 half to 94 area. So prior to the sell-off this morning, right, day opens up, so let's go. You got these two bars forming and you think, okay, maybe if the bulls are in control, they hold this 93 area, 92 area, right? Because we've done that a lot. We've probed under it, come up, stayed on it a little bit here, came up, and then fired back up. So we spent a lot of time above that area right here. It could be that the bulls are trying to reclaim that. So we'll see if they can do that, or see if they get weaker and just sell off a little bit. So good to be fluid. So good to be someone who's committed to just observing. I feel like the best traders, I was in a guy's room not long ago, and oh boy, he was so good at, looking at the market, assessing what it's doing, having a plan, but then the market might change over the course of 20 minutes or 15 minutes or a half hour, and he was able to totally shift his mindset, totally look at what it was doing and make a call from there, sometimes even go the opposite direction, where he had maybe been eyeing a long for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then the market shows him differently, and maybe he doesn't even commit to the long, or like a real boss is able to switch and go short. I was able to see him do that a few times, and it's quite impressive. So, good to remain fluid. Good to remain an observer. Well, let me get my charts back up here. Sorry about that. Let's look at this guy too. So maybe you were up here earlier in the day. So earlier in the day, it seemed like NQ was looking really strong. ES was holding its ground, looking decent, although there was a lot of overlap. But at the time, it looked like, well, maybe we get up to 06, 08, maybe we hold and just push higher. So if that's what you were thinking and you were getting along, and then it's, takes this out and you keep adding to your long, well, you're doing something like this, right? Here's my kind of welcome to the Twilight Zone picture. I like this illusion art as it speaks to me, because sometimes in the markets, there are things that we see and we perceive it to be a certain way. We need to recognize and know, hey man, you gotta be flexible. You gotta be adaptable. Don't be rigid. Take what the market's giving you. Learn from what it's doing. Observe what it's doing and be active from there. It's important too to realize that sometimes being inactive is the best activity you can take, right? Mark Douglas talks about there will be times when doing nothing is like putting money in the bank. So be mindful of what you're seeing or what you think you see. It's my little bit of illusion art. You're welcome. I need to figure out too how to have there be less of a delay. Seems like the delay is quite long, so I'm sorry about that. looking back, let's assess. This is a good kind of fake out right here for guys who maybe tried to trade the 5 minutes. So we've got these pushing up, and we see this bar. We know though that there could be some support down around here, but this was an area where I thought, ooh, this bar looks kind of weak. Maybe we push lower into 74 or 75, but we couldn't do that, right? We pushed down, and we just went right back to doing what we had been doing right over here. Went right back to it, showed some strength here. So as I mentioned when it was pushing up, that if you were getting long, stop at about 80, 80.5 would have been a good area for your stop to be if you're getting long. And then up here looking for 88, I mentioned. I think another target I said was like 93. We haven't gotten up there yet. So we did something like that last week. Last Thursday on that big... No, it wasn't Thursday. Oh yeah, this day. This day. This is a nice day. This is my best day in a while. Started off, let's see, today we had a whole bunch of nothing early on, but similar to today a little bit, because it seemed kind of muted, right? Just spent a lot of time up here. We opened and spent about an hour and 20 minutes just in a really tight range, not doing much. I came in thinking, yeah, maybe today we push up, we go way up, take out new highs, and then all of a sudden, big sell-off, like really big movement downward. And you can see how resistance was right here. This day I traded more the NASDAQ than the S&P. It was just a bit cleaner to me. But I remember thinking, so my day was done by about here. I was done by 11. It was a day I was tempted to take more trades, but I didn't. But I noted how on this day, we're just kind of like we would drift off, right? We drift off here, come up, drift off again. And I saw us doing that here and thought, boy, I wonder if we can't even get this thing above 84, we could just continue to drift off and sell down. So sometimes that's interesting when you see a little bit of a pattern and there's a break in it, but then the pattern just kind of resumes and keeps doing its thing. Oh, man. So for me, it's good to note, even here, just the way that we came up. As we were coming up here, NASDAQ was quite a bit stronger. So NASDAQ had a little node right here, but it was above it as we were coming up here. So initially, I thought, okay, when there was none of this that had happened yet, when we were lower, I thought, when we were right down here, I thought, okay, maybe we come up to 85, 86, short it, it sells off again. But the way that it came up and the fact that NASDAQ was high up, I didn't like that play anymore. And in fact, I thought maybe the bulls even step in. So remember, even around here thinking, yeah, this could be a good spot for a long. And I'm just realizing how long that took to set up. So you could have been down here trying to snag some stuff, but it was a lot more obvious and plain probably about 45 minutes later after the fact. And so it's good to realize too that the long setup came and long was the right move, but in here it was just kind of chopping guys up. And I was talking about that as it was doing it. And then finally we had a nice release to the upside, pushed up higher. That's where we're at. So there's times when I trade that I have an idea and it's right, but oftentimes I just need to give it some time. I need to be a bit more patient with it, let it set up and do its thing, and then get involved. I like trading when the trade works out for me rather quickly. Well, I mean, who doesn't, right? Who likes to be in a trade that's a good trade and you sit in it for a half hour and you take a little heat and it goes against you and then it finally works out? No one enjoys that, obviously. But the trades that I like to do, my best trades are the ones that start working usually within about 5 minutes. A lot of times it's even shorter than that. It might be 3-4 minutes. Those are my best trades where I see something, I get involved, I go with the momentum, I jump in, take a minimal amount of heat and go with it. So those are usually the ones I'm looking for. Well, let's do a quick recap of what we're seeing here. I'm probably going to take a little break, go to the gym. I will be back here in a little bit. But it seems that the low is put in. It seems that maybe the high is put in. Anything can happen. Anything can change. So we're hanging out up here. We've got, this was resistance. We're above it now. So it'd be some kind of support. There's certainly resistance up here. Now, if we were to come down and do it quickly and hold this area, it's hard to say, but at this point, the bulls are winning, the bears are winning, right? There's been some rotation, we're back and forth, and we're really just right in the middle of the day. NASDAQ looks pretty similar. NASDAQ definitely the stronger of the two. For ES to show strength and bulls to reclaim, they'd really have to get it, in my opinion, above this like 93.5 area. And then who knows, maybe, it is a Monday, so maybe they hold this area. Maybe this spot then turns into support if we're up above it, and they're able to push and put in new highs for the day. Stranger things have happened. NQ certainly could do that as well. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Not a whole lot for me to do. And that's why I'm going to step away, take a little break here. But maybe I should make a note stating that I will be back. So let's see here. All right, back as promised. I'm sure nobody is here. So I'm gonna wrap up. We'll do some closing thoughts in a minute. All right, what do we get up to? Yeah, that 93.5 level. So that's been some decent resistance. Take a look at NQ, kind of the same thing. Alrighty. Just finished my workout and ran up the stairs, so had a little post-workout workout. All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'll come back with a closing thought.